Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第160天。It is day 190. We're still doing the reverse order situation because Wanikani's lessons are a little bit behind, right? As I'm shifting to an earlier, trying to push the earlier times. So we're gonna start with HanziHero today, and it should lead into quite a big load, review load on Wanikani's side of things. All right, let's get started. There are 4 characters from yesterday. I think it's tree, right? Yeah. Let me grab this. Uh-huh. Yeah. Chen. Right. Chen. For lining. And Huang situation. Not to be mixed up with Zhu. Wish well. And moon? Or was it caliper? Uh-oh. Oh no, I think it's soldier, right? Yeah. John, which is a tire. Okay. Those are our 4. Wasn't too bad yesterday. Hang-ups tend to kind of overpower everything else. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
怀抱
怀抱 怀 Oh, okay. 怀 We got cherish and bao, embrace, which is still cherish and embrace. Bosom. Okay. Oh, yeah. I see that. Alright, so it just inherits embrace. Interesting. 怀抱孩子在母亲的怀抱中。Fair enough.
怀抱促销
A relatively weak one. 促销 is new. Okay. Spend urge to spend promotion, sales promotion, or promotion. Fine. 促销活动，活动是什么？什么时候 ？OK， 促销活动是什么时候？
促销，兴趣，
兴趣 ，Yeah, that's excitement plus interest. You got interest or interest. 你对运动有兴趣吗？有兴趣吗？
兴趣，维持，
维持maintain 持 assist or support. To maintain something is support it, yeah. Maintain to keep works. Yes. 维持友好联系很重要。联系 to wait 关 oh no that's 关 I'm like that doesn't 关系 like concerning like concerning like friendship feelings. Okay. It's kind of like 关系 honestly kind of reminds me of like regarding this. So maintaining regarding friendship is important. Or oh no, 关系 oh it could just be good actually now that no. Oh yeah, I have no idea. 关系 wait. One is oh actually that's a weak one now. That doesn't actually work. Oh yeah, to shut. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Shut. Yeah, we have both the characters. Hold up. And one G. Oh no, I'm thinking of department. Relate. Oh, I don't have that yet. Just kidding. I'm thinking of C. Huh. Oh, that makes sense. Close relate. Oh, okay. Oops.
维持，
维持. I think I said 七. 维持. 维持. So, alright. Meaning, boarding.
战争，
战争 war contend or conflict fight 战争战争带来了something. Oh wait, oh that just looks really weird. Tiny 补救 or 补尽的痛苦 无尽的痛苦。无尽 and oh yeah, this is limitless. Yeah, 无尽. Oh no, actually no. It's endless pain. 无尽 no non-exhausting. Oh, that's an interesting way to right? Being a little bit more vigilant this time around. For the next couple days, at least. Jing, yeah, non-exhausting. Interesting. Endless. I was thinking the other way, like, 无限. Oh there, Bree. I'm doing alright. Pretty good. Still working on the early to bed, early to rise. How are you, Bree?
战争
Okay.
怀抱
怀抱
维持
维持
促销
促销
战争
Oh, which by the way, I forgot to ask you, what did you think was the shakeup in season 2 of The Mentalist?
兴趣
Meticulous. Oh, this one's gonna be tough. 精细 essence fine. I guess. And that's not too bad actually. Something is meticulous if its very essence has every fine detail made just right. What did you think you meant by it? Taking out the boss and then wiping out all the rival people and then just pretend like they happened in less than an episode and then they replaced it near the end of season 2 with a high tower. Yeah, that's you didn't have any backgrounds regarding those people, but yeah, I call that carving the fat. So couldn't deal with it. Low engagement from the boss, and wiping them out and putting in a more rivalry, like a simpler rivalry, is a little bit a forward investment. So high tower seems like a pretty decent forward investment. I think it's that writing was a logistical thing and not a writing thing. Logistical. That's interesting. It's because it becomes a running theme. Lisbon's BOF changes frequently. Yeah. I think it's a logistical thing for the idea that if you make it to, I mean, I'm surprised it ran for 3 days, or not 3 days, but 3 episodes. The whole like rivalry, like counter impediment. I don't think it was a shakeup unexpected though. Episodic shows have to turn over supporting actors all the time. I mean, what's probably a little bit more interesting is how they kept Grace and Rigsby, both the characters in the show past season 2. There is some merit to removing one of the characters and bringing in a new character, and or just removing the character entirely. It has that like lingering effect where it's like, okay, so what do we do now? We retcon it. That's you retcon it and pretend like that issue doesn't exist to simplify the episodic nature. That's kind of what the boss cycling is like. Although outside of that, season 2 kind of revolves around something that actually House did much later in the series. That's interesting. Now I'm kind of curious if it's gonna hit the what you call it, how do I call this? School Rumble situation. Or what was it called before? Where you have your greatest hits. Because recently, near the end of season 2, they brought back the greatest hits. Or characters from the greatest hits. By shakeup, you just meant that the boss changed. I don't mind the first boss guy, blanking on his name. Hightower isn't bad. The one after her is not your favorite. You're assuming you finished season 2 now? Yeah, I'm complete with season 2. I'm like a third through season 3. I think the show is okay. Like, it's certainly comfy. It's like staying in its comfort zone most of the time. The finales are made to step up, but then they disappear, right? The thing disappears. So it has this like episodic abrupt primetime TV. That's why the cycling bosses is very expected. It's incredibly expected. You do palette swaps over and over again. I think it's okay. I think the show could do with a little more acknowledgement when it comes to sudden shifts in tone, but it's like the last episode, the episode prior, that tone does not carry into the next one. And I totally get it. You recycle as repeat. I think it's just it's a very similar feeling I have with most of those shows. They kind of just get into the rhythm of things. You have this suspension of disbelief that the characters carry weight. And unceremoniously removing and putting in characters is more the norm than the exception in these type of shows. I think oftentimes it's logistical. It's not uncommon to stay for one season. Like for example, I recognize 26, I think, different guests in the show, in other shows. But in those other shows, these characters are main characters. They're supporting main, like, multi-season characters. Like, for example, I don't know any of these characters' names because they are only there for episode 1. But I think he was in the episode with the illicit trafficking episode, and he's actually a mainstay person in Suits. There were a couple more, like Good Wife, Billions. I'm trying to think of all the show names, and then there's like even mainstream. I already mentioned the Boys episode. Red John's voice right now reminds me. End of season 3 is interesting. Maybe people don't like the direction the show went after the end of season. Thoughts on Grace's new interest? We love Eric Winter. He also plays in The Rookie. Grace's new love interest? Cycling. I don't know. It's beginning days. beginning days for Grace's new love interest. Certainly made a splash, which is good. Yeah. Cycling, Greg the FBI guy, yeah. Cycling characters. I think they are cycling archetypes. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure if like I have thoughts about these shows other than you see what happens because these shows are entertaining. They're not thought-provoking. They're not meant to be thought-provoking. The whole conversations I've had earlier is not in the show. They don't actually do that in the show. The thought-provoking is what the viewer is bringing to the show. And in terms of the new character, Craig is still new in the grand scheme of things, so I can't really say much. Yes. I think one of the more interesting things I tell my I'm curious about is which character gets cycled out. and how their intro and outro happens. I think that's kind of the reason why I focus on that is because that's usually where they like raise the stakes and then suddenly just turn back the stakes. You know, it's kind of like if you decided to watch the first episode of each season or the first 2 episodes of each season and then the last 2 episodes of each season. Bixby and Van Pelt do eventually leave the show. It kind of seems that way, right? And it's not really necessarily, I don't view it as like, oh man, the show's characters are rotating out. It's more like the actors are rotating out, as in like they're gonna have other gigs, but that's a little bit of a fourth wall thing. Their characters have largely been plot devices up to this point, outside of, you know, the 2 or 3 episode lingering thing, and then you wipe it clean, you like acknowledge it, and then it's not there anymore. So I think it's not like I'm indifferent to a lot of things that happen in Mentalist. I think generally speaking, I like vignettes. I do enjoy the vignettes that they're doing for the show, and the vignettes are the cases, right? However, at the moment, you get that blur feeling where the vignettes are not striking enough. I think there is an outstanding performance. Again, I like to think it's the father figure who took out the wrong son because he knew that the child that he had with his wife is not his, but turns out to be his second son. And there was like a touching moment where they were able to embellish. Yeah, it is like get the job done. It feels like a get the job done case, or a palette swap. It was a palette swap case. There were a lot of palette swap cases. That's to be expected. I don't think it's like the performances, the writing are still consistent. It's not like it just took a nosedive off of the planet, you know, like they're lazy or something, like things didn't make adhere to a bottom line. There are other shows where they do staggered series, and like entirely, and the Mentalist is staggered things, like returning, like loopy ones are pretty great. I actually thought it was kind of weaker than I expected when the inevitable return of the channeler, the other person, I forgot her name, but the flirty, somewhat only tension, like attachment that Jane kind of develops, kind of. It was a little bit more underwhelming than that. A little underwhelming, and then you move to season 3 and it just disappears. Because that's how the I don't know her name. That's how little they mention her name, but it might be the one that was Jane's Hightower suggested that they form a relationship or a bond, and then she just got whisked away by Red John, and that's it. And then season 3 pretends for the moment that it didn't exist, which is kind of how they go about their writing their show. Anyways, I don't want to talk too much about this. Oh, yeah, like Christina just gone, like, and then you like to think there's a period, like a eclipsing period between the end of season 2 and the beginning of season 3. That's just the nature of it. All right. 他对精细 a sense of fine details. 精细非常 wait, not 精细 细范非常精细 thin model. Oh, details. Interesting. I guess we're gonna get that soon.
精细诗人
It was something else that happened in the evening, or I noticed in the evening that kind of took up most of my time yesterday. I noticed that I was pretty confident someone I know's account was compromised, because their activity was abnormal, and it was indeed compromised. Hopefully they're able to recover their account. 诗人 let's see, 诗 poem in person, yeah, poet. I'll say with the amount of hate that season 4 got, you're almost surprised it kept going. At the end of season 3, something big happens, and season 4 just really doesn't go in the direction many people were hoping it would go. That sounds interesting. I'm very intrigued. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens at the end of season 3. I like when I'm more of a subversion guy than not a subversion guy. So perhaps I might be surprised. That piques my interest. I don't particularly prescribe, like, this is for me personally, I don't like when things go the way I expected. Like, what I mean is, you can call it like a hipster demand or something, but I personally, and again, this is out of time, out of space, like out of space and out of time, right? Like, we have to imagine ourselves back in 2011, I think, roughly 2011, 2012, right? That's like over 10 years ago. So I have to like try to rekindle the space that it shows, because within the last 10 years, like even after that, within the last 10 years, I've made this comment time and time again, due to the nature of technology, businesses, consumers, and creators alike have this feedback loop with each other, which constantly churns the same ideas and the same expectations on the fear of avoiding review bombs and like constant pandering. So shows have become churned out to the point where you're just churning ideas, and largely because on the one hand, if you don't meet people's expectations, you get review bombed in any way possible. Nowadays, I'm actually in the middle of 2 or 3 things that I'm engaging in that got actively review bombed because it doesn't meet consumer expectations, and then now the developers are expected to respond by meeting their expectations. So oftentimes the stuff that I enjoy nowadays is in the indie scene where there isn't an expectation to be met yet, and what is created there is either going to be divisive, like, oh, but more like it's welcome with pleasant surprise because a precedence hasn't been set yet. Due to the nature of technology, a show that runs for more than 2 or 3 seasons, i.e. Netflix, right? When you get 2 seasons, it usually get renewed for another 2 seasons, and that's usually when the show ends. Largely because overstaying one's welcome leads to higher and higher expectations, and expectations create that rigorous conflict of interest where creators and people who create things and write things are selling a product that is supposed to meet expectations of other people. And this has been a long-standing dialogue about how the content creation space influencers have largely normalized the idea that the consumer is always right in the matter of creative taste. Not constructive criticism, but always correct in the areas of taste, ethical and moral, like creativity. So there has yet to be any sort of renaissance of creation at that level. So any show that's multiple seasons are rarely ever able to circumvent not being stuck in like a state where you're providing the same thing. And you might be, and here's a pretty hot take, it's to the point where that's why AI generated content can be viewed from a business standpoint as sufficient to generate creative products, because at the scale of the long expecting things, it's run on expectations. And even back then, right, like for The Mentalist is one of those shows, even back then that already happened to a great extent. Now it happens even quicker, and review bombing and like sentiments now actually have a dramatic impact. Like it could immediately convince a business model, especially a large publisher, to axe a show immediately. And that's my example that I typically use are anything on sci-fi. Like I enjoy sci-fi quite a lot, and it's incredibly disheartening. Anytime a sci-fi tries to step out of the realm of their iteration, like for only the second season or the third season, it unceremoniously gets axed because of people don't want, the limited people, because the population is relatively small already. So it takes less of a minority voice to like tank the entire show. Large shows, it's still it holds true. A few couple minority voices can completely tank the show. And it's one of those things, like it's so abrupt. Like you could have a parasocial relationship with a show for over 5 years, and if the next episode is terrifyingly in the wrong direction, all those 5 years don't mean squat. Like legacy is often against the creator, in my opinion, in modern social networks. However, legacy is always pro the person. So it tends to favor the consumer, and it's a double edge for the creator, and that's kind of disappointing. So my thought is, I think it was less of a big deal, but it still happened back then. Monk, it was a great example. You just get stuck creatively. Not because the person, the writer, is necessarily out of ideas or anything like showrunners. It's the concern, the increasing concern for meeting consumer expectations. And now, in this current day, publishers are even more heightened for that. So it might not even necessarily depend on the creator anymore. Like, the creator might not even have that liberty. It's a interesting ongoing dialogue regarding any form of creativity, content create, like any form of media creation, like production creation. And I think it spawns really, really much from the idea that a lot of people don't like, arguably, possibly even the majority now, interact with content creators. And content creators, the most, expansive viral ones, are panderers. They pander to their consumers, not deliberately make creative pieces that follow a vision of their own. They are typically a mix and strongerly weighted towards pandering to their audience, like trend setting, trend following, trend spreading. So when a trend takes off, you are obligatorily, it's not bad or good, there's pragmatic, following the trend. So I think TV shows and like maybe programming still do a mix of them. And that's why it can feel like, oh, hey, content is consistent. Like, oh, content creators, they always give me what I want. And then the YouTube algorithm always provide more of what I want. And then suddenly, whenever you talk about movies, TV shows, and video games and stuff, there's still divisive controversy, because there are still creators who take the show wherever they want, or take the content wherever they want, and they take that risk, and it leads to that type of thing, which honestly I'm all for. And I tend to say this with a grain of salt. I really appreciate that there are still creators who have a relationship with their publishers, that you can do whatever you want. Because the last time that happened, or the last couple of times that happened, that I really like a show because of their creative liberties, all of them got canceled early. I think it's like 6 out of 6. What was it? Sense8, Travelers, they're all science fiction ones too. I think Sense8 and Travelers is probably one of the bigger notes. Alter Carbon. All 3 of them are science fiction. Marco Polo was not a science fiction. That was a while ago too. Marco Polo was like a dramatization of that period. Travelers was a great show. Yeah, they unceremoniously axed that show too. But they did manage to. You miss Alter Carbon? Yeah, I enjoyed Alter Carbon. So it's unfortunate, but that's what happens. And I mean, let's not talk about way back in the Firefly days, right? But it happens. There are shows that are kind of out there and still okay. Like, I think upload is still going. Amazon is a little stronger. Like Amazon, like the people running Amazon Prime Video, like Amazon Originals, they're holding on to their bag pretty strong. Like I know it's not everyone's favorite, but the Ring of Power, I'm actually genuinely like respectful of how they double down on their direction. Wheel of Time is another one. There is still going, so it hasn't like just randomly unceremoniously get canceled. And it's going uphill, right? What they're doing is it's going uphill. Conservationists and preservationists will continue to retract that. And then Disney is a great example of floundering, where you're like, okay, so if you're gonna go in this direction, and then they take a step back as opposed to double downing, right? So they take a step back, so it weakens their position, and they continue to try again and then weaken their position, try again and weaken their position. Another one was like Willow, the show Willow on Disney. I'm pretty sure it was a Disney one. I watched that, and I'm pretty sure it was unceremoniously canceled, largely because of its reference. It's like prior reference. So whenever it's a lose-lose when you're trying to break expectations, or like, I'm gonna make a King of Fighters joke, but when you're trying to shatter expectations, it starts with an early days of division. When you step back from that step towards something, it weakens your position and ultimately makes the response even stronger. Like the internet kicks things when they're down. It's far easier to kick something when it's down than try to pick a fight with a monolith. So typically when you're down, you double down. But the problem is publishers are not going to want to do that because investors hold their hand. And that's kind of the creative limbo that I feel very well known things are going to have to contend with. I think the statistics, I don't know, I don't have enough raw statistics. Just taking like a smaller sample of shows, it is almost it's far more consistent now than before that the second season of shows are fantastic because it's more of the first season expounded upon in scale, and then the third season tanks. that's it's so statistically consistent that the third season tends to tank after your trilogy. So your first one is like, oh, it takes off, it's good. So second is an iteration of the first one, bigger, better in scale. And then the third season, it's like, where do we take the show now? Because it's overstayed its welcome. So season 2 is usually when the usual consumer average will say, all right, now where does it go? And then usually the following creators would then try to take a different pivot. They would tend to want to pivot. And if I use in the movie situation, like J.J. Abrams, you just scrap what you think the first and second are and then swing for the fences so that it doesn't reach an expectation. In my opinion, a lot of times what they do is the showrunners would do the show for season 1 and 2, and then they would say, I'm out. Find an understudy, right? Find someone who's following who have committed to the show, and then have them iterate and take the hit for season 3, or the third movie in a series, or the third game in a series, because it's incredibly regular in my opinion. Again, I don't have hard statistics, but if you look enough, I would say it's significant enough. The pattern is significant enough. Maybe one out of every two creation. When you hit the third, the either the showrunner, the original director, and whatnot would leave, because the third one is like, what do you do? You're in that pocket where the direction has become stale, and they need a pivot. Your 3-season comment reminds you of the show Quintico. I haven't seen Quantico. A show I would think. Wait. I mean, the last show that I watched was definitely that. It was like one of them was definitely Billions. Billions had a troubled third season, and it's often called like the curse, the curse. But now it's exaggerated because of how fast the internet exchanges information. So I don't think it's ever disappeared, but it's usually the curse of 3. And the reason why I brought up J.J. Abrams is because it's funny how consistent he doesn't do the third films of his things. Like most of his rise to stardom, like as a director, he would do the first 2 films, and then the third one is just he wouldn't be there. And then when the third one tanks, he often comes back to retcon the previous 3 to start a new direction. And that's the pattern. It happens a lot. So a lot of times newer directors take up the helm and they take the hit. But the thing is, it's also a great opportunity, like financial opportunity, to try to break the cycle, or study under or create a thing under someone else's legacy. And it happens constantly. So I wouldn't be surprised if The Mentalist 3 was received very controversially. Yeah. I think Dexter, same thing happened, which is a related show. There is a greener pastures beyond that, though. I do feel once the dip in the 3, you get 4 and 5 again, and then 6 is when you start wondering, is it bad enough that 7 is the conclusion? Shows will wrap up in 7. So Netflix, I'm not sure if this is what they considered. Like, I don't run a business, right? I don't run a multi-billion-dollar corporation that's dealing with creation, but Netflix operates on a 2-year cycle. They do 2-season cycles, right? 2-season cycles. Season 3 was well received. Well, I remember right. It was the fallout from season 3 that occurred in season 4 that was not well received. Okay. Yeah. I guess I'll find out. No. It's usually around that time. And I'm not saying this is like a hard science. It's not like, oh, humans always behave the same. It's roughly around season 3. Season 3 to season 4. So I don't know if that's what Netflix's schedule is like, where when a show gets greenlit, it's usually for 2 years, right? It's an agreement for 2 seasons, and then after the second season, they would decide if they want to greenlit for like 1 season and having season 4 tentative, or you just cancel after 2 seasons. Like shows get canceled immediately after season. If you're not peaking in season 2, you get canceled, and that's very. I might just, obviously this is confirmation bias, so take it with a grain of salt. I'm building a narrative. I see a pattern, and I see that when I try to challenge that pattern, it happens less often. like the opposite, to challenge, to make sure that this isn't confirmation bias. I need to find as many shows that push against this idea, right? That are there more shows now still pushing season 3 as a pivot point, or do they iterate on season 2? Like how many shows are there that iterate on season 2 and get a even higher reception, or versus how many that pivot on season 3 and then versus their results, right? Quantico follows the lives of FBI recruits going through training at Quantico, as well as a couple years after their training. I see. One clever, slightly clever way to do it, which I think Alter Carbon kind of tried to do, but it's still a pivot, is have a time gap or a locale swap. The other way is based on a true story. Based on a true story typically has based on a true story typically has a expected conclusion and end. So if it's covered in that way, that's how it can work out. Like for example, Narcos, the show, which done really well overall. Season 2 is its peak, and then it ended after 3 seasons. And then there was a new Narcos released, and pretty sure it's 2 seasons. Season 2 is the peak, and season 3 is when it ends. Oh, you thought I would have been thinking about Mentalist? Yeah. So that's, and I don't think this is intentional in the sense that the creators. So humans are weird, right? Like we talked about this. Humans have this cyclic nature to them. So I'm not suggesting that a new norm can't be established or whatnot, but it's a pattern that I've noticed. Having watched so many things, people start to focus on specific patterns. And over the years, maybe like decades of constantly watching media and stuff, these patterns are noticeable. And now I spend most of my days looking for the exceptions, because I often think about confirmation bias. If I stick to a pattern for a really long time, you have to challenge the pattern. Are there shows that challenge this notion? And over time, it actually became less and less. Less shows are challenging this pattern over time. I actually thought maybe more shows would over time. And it's to the point even publishers announce things like get, the trailers and whatnot. Those are largely executive choices where they tell the showrunners like, hey, can you put out some promotional content for the next show by this deadline. We need your show to be visible at this time and airing by this time, right? Release dates and stuff are executive decisions, a lot of times for especially shows, and it's become even more cemented. You have a pivot by season 3, and if that pivot doesn't sink the ship, it's great. I genuinely, it's become more of a it's become more of an excitement. So I'm actually excited to see what happens in The Mentalist season 3. Not that it was back then, but nowadays if you watch like modern shows, season 3 is where it gets hot. Like, and what I mean by hot, I mean communal hot, like fire hot, where there's a chance for like volcanoes to erupt and review bombs to happen and whatnot. And I can only imagine how tense it is for like writers and publishers. Like whenever it gets to the third, like for example, the Ring of Power for Amazon Prime is season 3. So actually, I'm not even sure if it already happened. A show that I already watch is back for season 3, which is Strange New Worlds, and it tanked. Or it didn't tank, but it did much. Like, season 2 was a peak. So Star Trek, we're talking about Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Season 3 right now, it's like getting their pre-screening reviews in and stuff, and it's below than season 2. And season 2 was a high. It's like the right now, for lack of a better word, Star Trek Strange New Worlds is the flagship of the rebooted series. Picard actually had 3 seasons already, I think. And the third one was the third one was pretty good, actually. The third one was pretty good. So although season 2 was not too bad, was much worse than the first and the third season. So they're still like, again, these are trends. They're not set in stone. Video games are even crazier. So whenever you think like, oh no, the season like the third game in the series is coming along, it could be a train wreck. There's actually both a locale swap and time jump in mid season 6. Okay, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. I think I don't know, it's like, hear me out, in a long thing. I don't know if people intentionally do this or not, like if they realize this, or it could be a habit forming thing. Like when you form attachments, there's also separation. You need attachments, separation in order to be creative, right? Like it's a balance of trying to learn and iterate on something good enough and then have creative liberties. So I think it's not unheard of, this might still be a coincidence, that behaviorally and creatively, the amount of time that has been set, over the many hundreds of years of entertainment, that this has become a very refined pattern in ways that when you create something, it's like, oh yeah, now I want to do it bigger and better the next time. And then like, okay, both creatively and watching and consuming creatively overstays its welcome at a specific time. So it kind of lines up. As we are creatures of habit, after behaviors are done and they're refined, it can be very pattern oriented. And I think entertainment has become one of those things. And it's only heightened now because information travels so quickly, in my opinion. One of the things that make patterns even more consistent when it comes to humans is now information is not limited anymore, right? Back in the day, information like this does not circulate so fast that it saturates to all your consumers. So you can have people who have different taste, or what I mean is different exposure. You can have people catching up with the show much like outside of a cycle where, oh, there's a second wave of people who caught on and thought this show was interesting. No, now it's more like the moment you place your trailer, it reached saturation. The moment someone teases an interview, it reaches saturation. So it's like an on and off switch now. So the moment your trailer goes up on a new season, nearly like 80+% of your entire target audience will be aware of what will react to it, right? And it's very synchronized now. In the old days, right, you discover shows, you're paging through the channels like, I don't know what this is, and it would be like in the middle of like season 1 or something, or like it'd be the end of season 2. So those things happened back in the day. nowadays everyone's synchronized. Online, because of information. If you synchronize information, humans get synchronized, and humans have this really compelling consistency when it comes to attention, despite what other people might say, or in a like an individualistic, like, oh no, I think my attention span is not as good as another person's attention span. Overall, humans tend to have very similar attention span capacities, and like we're admittedly, sometimes we are more similar than we think, and then sometimes we are maybe potentially more different than we think. But the internet certainly has made a compelling argument that overall, when information is synced, and when you're left to your own devices on hyper optimizing the things you want, it ends up being relatively the same things. Which makes for kind of a lame excuse for being someone who likes to be on a bandwagon. But even I feel like, man, I think I'm an edgelord just for saying I like being disappointed every once in a while. Like, doesn't that sound so edgelordy? Like, who wants to be disappointed nowadays? I'm like, do I even know what it's like to be disappointed? Like, if I go online and the moment I sit down and stuff, I always get what I want to see. How do I know what I want to see anymore? There is a great answer to that. However, it's not the first thing that most people think of, because they don't do it anymore, or at least in my opinion, they do very little of it. And that's to ask someone who's different from you what they like, right? Isn't that the most that would be an Occam's razor's approach? How do you engage in something that isn't of your own interest or isn't of a pattern? You try to randomly select another person and engage in that activity. Now, it still might not guarantee it anymore in this day and age, because the people you interact with are all self-selected because of the internet. So if you think you're interacting with a different person, they might not be that different anymore. Like, it's not like walking into a bar and not knowing all the people around, right? It's like, oh wow, that person's really different, and that person's really different. No, you can't even do that nowadays. When you walk into a bar is very popular based on its trends. So like, how do you select a bar? How do you select a restaurant you're gonna go to in the current generation? Like, not millennials are not the target generation anymore. Sorry guys, we're kind of getting old. So if you're like around 40s, you're not the target demographic for money anymore. It's Gen Z, right? And when you think about how Gen Z works, they apply this because of technology. They apply this to their experiences too. So when you're saying, oh, go out and touch grass, you'll meet a lot of different types of people you don't like, people you do. No, it's still hurting still happens because technology goes with them. So like, why is this restaurant packed? Because of online information. Why is this one packed? Like, so they're already pre-selected. So why did you go here? It's like, oh, I heard you online. Like, legitimately, surveys. I participate in surveys. I'm not sure if any of you guys participate in surveys, but for like big corporations, like even Twitch, they hold surveys, and oftentimes that's the feedback that you have. It's like, oh, what do you like if you've seen this? What thoughts of stuff comes to mind? So it's incredibly feedback oriented, but it's a data feedback oriented. And that type of thing leaves very little room for the imagination. Like the moment you stop taking consumer preference and expectations, going back to the very first thing that spawned all of this, going back to the without taking consideration of consumer expectations, it is very, very difficult to sell as a investor proposition. Like when you're saying, I want to invest in you, what is the first thing you probably ask? What's the data? And oftentimes the data is based on direct feedback from consumers. And because of the easily accessibility of information, it's become our norm now. Millennials end in 1996 and Gen Z starts in 1997. Just missed the cutoff because you were born in 1997. You do not feel like you belong in Gen Z. I watch shows oftentimes, like, hear me out. I'm sure, I'm not saying people, so we're not going to say people always operate on the same thing. It's about frequency. And what I mean by that is like 40% of the time I would watch a show because of its consistency. 60% of the time, like I'm giving hypotheticals. I'm not suggesting this is it. But what it is you break up your frequency. You think about your lifetimes pattern, not any one given time. Because if you're thinking of any one given time, of course everyone has watched a show not knowing what it's about, or watching a show because they willy-nilly thought, oh, I'm just gonna click on a random show. You've probably done that, hopefully, sometime in your life, right? So you can, it's not that type of argument. It's what are the preferences? And for me, I let other people decide what I watch a lot of times. It's through the relations and building of others. Now, even then, that also continued to lead me down a path that I would typically watch those shows too. It just happens that I didn't come across them at the time, right? So even then, when you're trying to seek interactions with random people are normalized now to interact with people of similar preferences. And I am totally guilty of that because the internet has made that very easy to do. How do you make sure that you, even without knowing, you artificially select people that are expressively this similar to you? Now, there are some really lose-lose situations. Like, for example, people who are socially awkward gets echoed with people who are socially awkward. So it requires different indirect ways to communicate their interest to each other. How do they do that? Review bombing or review typing. All that creates herd mentality that you don't have to interact with another person in order to know that you belong to that group. So that's one way. So it does still continue to reduce the amount of how should I say it? Diversification. Echo chambers are incredibly efficacious now, and they are efficacious enough in the modern day to take down large productions. I mean, I would say it was rare back then. It was definitely rare back then. You can't remember the word you used, but even if it's not your favorite, I'm glad you still somewhat liked it. If you didn't, we couldn't be friends. I make that joke too. I actually make that same joke. Like, okay. Tell me what you had for dinner yesterday. And then it would be something like the person would say, oh, you know, I had a grilled cheese and I don't know, some broccoli. And I would make a joke like, okay, but what kind of cheese did you use on that grilled cheese? Because, and our friendship's gonna be dependent on it. Depending on what cheese you pick, we either can be friends or we can't be friends. And that's the joke about the internet. That's what I mean by, so the joke you made is a very adequate joke about the internet. internet culture, especially Gen Z, like again, not all Gen Z, but the idea is the internet has made it so that it's very normal to build friendships and not friendships on literal ones and zeros in order to become friends. So what's your checklist? Let's go out and make a checklist. Do you play Fortnite? Do you play Minecraft? No? That's 2 zeros. We're already done. What's your threshold? It's gotten so optimized to the point that I was watching a clip. This is the story that I brought today to today's stream. I watched a clip where someone who I feel is a little inclined on like communication, and he's a little bit old. He's definitely around my age, right? So he's been around, he's been in different professional fields. And this person got asked a question, how do you make friends online? Like, how do you make friends online? And the person had a reductive, of course, this is a YouTube short, so it's already reductive to begin with, so one grain of salt. The person said something like, oh, you know, it's not the same, and you know, it's not the same as going to the bar and just hanging out for a little bit and now you're friends kind of situation. So they said, start with a common interest, right? Start with a common interest. And when you already have that established common interest, you're able to use that as a way. And then he trails off and says, you know, it's that simple. It sounds simple on paper, but it's very difficult. And I totally agree. That is a great place to start. To me, where friendships, why that is not good enough, so to speak, is there's still one more step after it. And that's the maintaining and diversification of the interest. Because the moment that interest fails or disappears, you no longer have a friendship. It's the central core, but the core must be expanded. So I think the point of failure is not actually, so that person that was asking, you know, the random chatter, this person's incredibly influential, so probably get that question a lot of times. I do not believe for a moment that the post-internet generation have problems finding a central core of interest. When they ask, how do I make friends online or anywhere, you know, because online goes with you everywhere now. Like it would be inappropriate to say that going to a bar is no longer an online activity. It is an online activity. Meetups are determined online before they happen. In fact, his exact example was, oh, you know how I did it? I met the people in person online. Yeah, it was selected online before you met the person. So even the meetup is an online activity prior to its follow-up. And what happens there is my disappointment, but YouTube short, he probably went on to explain it, is that you need to expand immediately beyond that interest, because the most readily available thing that the internet provides, it's a common interest. It's not sufficient anymore, in my opinion. It's not even close to sufficient. So if you suddenly meet someone and you're like, oh yeah, we have similar preferences, immediately establish more and other preferences. If you want the friendship to be lasting and possibly redundant to the point where the friendship can survive a falling of interest, right? And a sustainability of trust, you have to establish more connections immediately. The simplest task, in my opinion, one of the automatic tasks of how people meet each other online is based on that one interest. And that comes so conveniently now due to echo chambers that it is the lowest form of effort, in my opinion. Not a bad or good thing, just pragmatic. It's the most convenient way to get your start. The downside is there hasn't been any effort placed into it yet, but you have millions of starts. Now the question is, when are you going to put effort into diversifying? So that's kind of the joke about, well, if you don't like this one thing, we can't be friends anymore. And I usually say that jokingly and I honestly think that if you can say that to your online friend, right? If you met someone online and you can make a joke where you take the one thing that is gluing you together and say, do you think we could be friends if I didn't like the one thing we met together about? If you're not already joking about that, then you can't possibly establish or maintain a friendship. Like that current friendship. You probably have more conflicts of interest or disinterest with each other over the long run. So that's kind of a great way to wrap up that comment. I joke about this with my friends a lot. It's like, hey, what if I told you that I actually didn't like the video game that our entire friendship started on? And the other person's like, well, yeah, it kind of makes sense. But good thing we don't need that video game to stay friends. That's kind of the mentality. So the moment you can say that to someone you've met online is the moment that you know you have invested. The two people have invested that what the internet didn't provide. The internet provided a starting position. And I think that comes super conveniently. It comes so conveniently that I think when I talk to people about friendships, when they ask, they're like, how do you like stay together? Or how do you keep someone from falling out of interest? Well, you start with your interest, right? And I would ask them and they were like, I don't know. We just hang out. I'm like, so what do you do together? And like, we play Fortnite. Like, isn't that an interest? Like, no, that's just happenstance. I'm like, what do you mean? So that's what I mean by nowadays finding a common interest isn't sufficient anymore. Largely due to the nature that it's so convenient now that you interact with other people based on a common interest, that it is not an interest in which people invested directly to interact with other people. It's an investment of their individual thing. Well, to be fair, the first show we talked about in depth were the diplomat and then the Americans, so we've expanded with that at the very least. Yeah, that's why we can joke about the mentalist. Actually, now that we're joking about the mentalist, we can technically say that neither of us liked the diplomat or the Americans. It's still fine. So that's kind of the idea, and it's a slight string, but we don't even have to talk about shows anymore, right? So that's kind of the idea, right? It's no longer about shows, and it's been. I deliberately do this intentionally. So if I were to, when I say I invest in strangers, the first thing I do is I pivot to related topics. If you're gonna be stuck exchanging ideas only, as in like we're not gonna meet in IRL or we're not gonna go, you have your words, right? Words are the concepts and words are your main vehicle to establish a connection with someone. So you don't necessarily have to reinforce the direct connection. You can create a scaffold around the original core. And here's the downside to all of what I'm saying. Social norm and normalized behavior now focuses on optimizing people to specialize in things. So when you get younger and younger, when the group gets younger and younger, they get narrower and narrower. Their interest has become so selectively self-selected by algorithm that it is incredibly difficult now to get them to diversify their interest. Now, the nice thing about being human, though, is that there are things you have to do no matter what type of intellectual human you are. Eating, sleeping, probably exercising, entertainment, and I don't want to mention the fifth one, but money. So maybe career, possibly like vanity. So there are things that you can still branch out regardless of how specialized it is. So all those areas can be really narrow, but they're several areas of that person's life. So you can attempt to do that. And that's what I try to do. When I say I'm looking for exchanging ideas and looking at people and getting people to express things, the idea is I'm collecting from my own experience. How do I talk to someone who has only one interest for entertainment? Well, they probably have only one interest for eating. They probably only have one interest for sleeping, only one viewpoint for TV shows, and one viewpoint for video games. So at some point, you have to get used to those. And the nice thing, the leverage you can have on the online is you can use statistics to your advantage. When you talk to someone about food, you look at what's trending and you start there, because the statistical likelihood is most of the internet is self-selected for exposure to that. They can either hate it or love it, but they will probably have seen it, right? So then you pivot to like television, music, and all the other creative arts, and pick and start at the most trending one and then expand from there. If they hate it, then you pivot away from that topic. And the idea is that you're creating a network in which, yes, people have very narrow preferences now for different mandatory aspects of their life, but it also makes it a predictable place to start. And the most interesting thing is, where does it go? And that's what I mean by improving on conversationalism in the modern age, not the old school way where like you would use blanketed open-ended questions. I still do that for people who are of my age or of a different generation. But when you talk to younger people, you start with the trends, but you have to listen to them about what they think about the trends. And then it's great because you can also do that and have other young people talk to other young people in a very similar manner, so that they can get more used to the idea, oh, it's not that hard, you know, it can be approachable, because they need clear, defined guidelines now, like in terms of explicit instructions. If you were to say this to like someone like me or someone much older who was pre-internet, they're like, you can't put people in the box like that. It's gonna get you in trouble and all that. It's like, yes, it's true, because we belong to a different generation. We're not self-selected all the time. So however, there's still other patterns that you can use. That's why I enjoy The Mentalist, because that's kind of what he's doing. But this is even before the age of hyper internet. So if you're watching a program now, like what you can ask yourself fundamentally, what do you think The Mentalist looks like now? Like, what would a show like that be now? And what I'm describing is probably very close to what a character like The Mentalist would be in my opinion. If like it's something that I would love to be involved in writing, but writing, what does psychoanalyses and, as they call it, psychoanalyses in the show, and then also like behavioral profiling and whatnot look like in the modern age? And it's similar and also very different, like the way they find the information. is probably going to be even more robust than they've ever done before. So, like, when you see someone who has a Fortnite avatar, that is so convergent on behavior that it's a great place to say, oh, I know what I can talk about. So instead of feeling like it's bad or a stigma to be in a box, embrace the box and then open the box open. You know, like, break out of the box by going into the box first. And that's kind of like the reverse situation when it comes to socialization prior to the internet. You don't want to place someone in a box or else you're going to get in trouble, because if you think inside a box, you might miss the person entirely. But now it's the other way around. You have to get into a box, like go through the gates, open the box open, and then hope to leave the box every once in a while. So you have to enter someone's comfort zone, participate in the comfort zone, and then start to explore outside of that comfort zone with the person. And that's kind of a fun little imagery for the current age. I actually for me, it's obviously it's not a foolproof plan, but it is a code switch that I use very often. If I'm online, if I'm streaming, if I'm interacting through someone who has an established record of internet engagement, especially social media, the way I engage with the person is startlingly different from how I introduce myself to some like professional expert at a bar, at a convention, get together, right? The idea is you would ask open-ended questions in order to select for their expressive interest and see if you have any intelligence on it. If not, you inquire about their interest in detail. In the internet age, you assume these things. You presume and be well informed on these topics because they're readily available. And then when you engage in another person, they are already self-selected in that subject matter. So then you would engage primarily on that subject matter in order to start a conversation. And to remove social awkwardness, the ability for someone in the internet age to actively engage with another person without reaching social awkwardness is to know that the other person knows what that person's going to talk about, and that's due to self-selection. So if you place someone who's really into Fortnite next to someone who's really into Fortnite, and they can both be assured that each person likes the same level of Fortnite, then they are no longer socially awkward to each other, and they are more likely to speak to each other. Now, where do you go from there? The alternative, the pre-internet, is assume like you don't know anything about this person. So the first thing you would do is you would talk and ask about each other's information. Like, hey, may I ask, why are you in the bar today? Like, I see you're drinking that. Do you always drink? Like, those are the typical things outside because there's no strong selection. Like, back in the day when you walk into a bar or you walk anywhere, there's no like strong selection process going on where you would be expected not to behave a certain way or know a certain way. The social awkwardness now between the two, especially if you take someone who's pre-internet and post-internet, is the post-internet someone would assume things and it would be socially normal. Pre-internet would not assume things, and that's socially normal. So when someone says, oh, hey, have you heard of this before? And then the pre-internet person would say, oh, no, I haven't. He's like, wait, what? You haven't heard of this? This is like all over the internet. It's like, well, I'm sorry, I'm not part of the internet. And then the other person would ask, so what do you do for fun? And then the post-internet person was like, well, I play Fortnite like millions of others. Like most people play Fortnite these days. And then the other person like, oh, I didn't know that because I don't put people in a box. Like that's the situation that happens a lot, where it's surprising to someone who's built on self-selection, and it's surprising for someone who's built on non-selection. So oftentimes the most socially awkward moments is one person's asking for information and the other person already knows the information and assume other people have the same information. Because the internet age, everyone should have the same information. They should have accessibility to the same information. So when someone links a meme to you, you should know the meme already. That's how you would integrate into it, because it's assumed everyone around them in their circle is self-selected for. So if you play Fortnite, you should be familiar with all the Fortnite memes. You're not a dabbler anymore. Online, various far minority people are dabblers. They don't dabble in things. They specialize in things. So if you like Fortnite, you better really like Fortnite. If you like Minecraft, you better really like Minecraft. If you like Mentalist, you better really like Mentalist to the point that you want the show to cancel when it starts changing directions from the Mentalist you love, for example, right? And then the other generation would be like, I don't know where it's going. Let's just see what happens. Like, oh, well, that's disappointing. Oh, well, that's lovely. Like, it really is indifferent because you become attached to something else that's beyond that. It's like, oh, I just want to be entertained, so that's fine. Well, your dinner for tonight is not very glamorous. Had a gift card, so you got Arby's for dinner. My father drops by Arby's every once in a while. I still do be enjoying those curly fries. Anyways, sorry. All right. That's a digression for the day. All right, that's the story I brought for today. I was looking at, when I don't have a story, again, I mentioned this again before. When I don't have a story to bring to my stream, I would spend about an hour before stream. Yeah, I was up a lot earlier lately. I would spend an hour. I would scroll through YouTube Shorts. An hour would give me maybe like, I would look at like 15 YouTube Shorts. I would pick like 3 or 4 of the shorts and I would try to form an idea off them, like a commentary off them. And the one that stuck with me was the inevitable question, how do I make friends? And I think, without sounding too reductive, you have to, in this day and age, the person that's asking, I'm assuming the person that's asking is less than 20 years old, like maybe they're early 20s and younger, so Gen Z question. You gotta know what's trendy for that person, and use that to your advantage. Start with the things that are known so that it brings you comfort in talking to the person. And then that person is probably also assuming the same thing. It's not, in my opinion, it would be very negligent to ask someone who's out of touch with technology and get a response like, oh, well, you got to ask them a lot of questions to explain their interest and ask them to bring you into that would be something I would say to encourage someone who is younger to explore some other way to connect with someone. But if you're in the internet age, leverage all the things you already do to the point that you're bored of it. Like when I get someone to say, oh, what do you like about Fortnite? It's inexplicable to a younger audience. Like they would be like, oh, I just play it. I'm like, what does that mean? Like you just play it? Have you done it so much that it's so automatic that you don't have to explain it to anybody? The answer is yes, by the way, for the most part. So instead of trying to sound condescending, I'm not trying intentionally to sound condescending. This is the social norm. So you use that. You have to leverage that in order to talk to someone. So say like you met someone on Fortnite. Say something about Fortnite. You've got this. You've done it so often, it should like be the back of your hand, right? So the other person probably can say back the same thing, and then try to diversify from Fortnite. Like, oh, well, I heard that you don't like this aspect of Fortnite. Why not we find a game that doesn't have this aspect and see if we like it together? Or talk about the game. You don't necessarily have to play. Ideally, you would want to create new experiences, because the internet makes that very fast. It makes it very readily available. So if you don't like Fortnite, go try Minecraft. That kind of thing, right? And then you already know all the information, so you could sit there and delegate with the other person. It's like, what do you think of Minecraft? Let's sit down and talk about what you like and dislike about Minecraft, because people already shared all of their opinions. So do you agree or disagree with this opinion? And you have all these opinions already. So that to me, if you say that to someone who's younger, it will make them, in my opinion, you would likely make them feel comfortable in engaging in conversation, because it's things they know. I think, to me, the most exciting thing about meeting another person is all the things you have yet to discover. But I actually think that's the most scariest thing for anyone who's born after the internet. Because not knowing things is like the, for lack of a better word, the devil, the bane of their social ineptness. It's the core. Like, how do you convince a whole generation thinking that they always have the information at their fingertips for everything, and then telling them, oh, when you interact with a human being, 99% of the time is unexpected. Like, you have to figure this stuff out. Like, no, you have to know something before you engage. Like, what if this person doesn't like the thing that I like? Like, that's the joy of meeting another person. The wonderful thing is, oftentimes you can end up learning to like the thing that other person likes, or grow fond of something you originally dislike, because now that you have another person who likes it. Or the other way, you can dislike something and then that other person can end up share in your dislike with something. Like, all those combinations, they're unpredictable. It's the brilliant nature of interacting with a human being that is different. Prior to the internet, now the internet is, you interact with people that are like you, self-selected, but now you don't have the communication skills because something, some algorithm has selected that for you. So when you are around Minecraft players, use it, in my opinion. Encourage a person to use what you think about what Minecraft players are like, because now you can say with a much more accuracy that you'd be surprised how much the people around you are the same. It's no longer like you'd be surprised. Don't underestimate how different people are. Like, when you step into a bar prior to the internet age, you could make the argument like, yeah, people are less alike than you think. So that's the fun part. Now it's like you step into like a Minecraft lobby and you're like, oh, I'm so socially awkward, I'm so nervous. I bet you that more than 50% of the time, the other person's thinking the exact same thing. Use it. Use that assumption. Use that. If you're nervous, tell the other person you're nervous, because they will probably say, I know, right? This stuff sucks. Talking to people are cringe. The internet has done that step for you already. They often collect the same people. So now I use that. That's what I do most of the time. So if I'm doing something, I start with the topic that I'm doing, because it's no longer about, when was the last time someone came on to my stream and say something like, it did happen 3 days ago. 3 days ago, maybe 3 or 4 days ago, it did happen. Someone came on stream and asked me about something that I wasn't doing and legitimately expressing something that was uncommon on Twitch. So that still happens. I'm not saying it doesn't, but over 50% of the time, it's going to be everything is already assumed. So you talk in the assumptions. For an older person could get a little defensive. It could get a little bit off-putting when someone assumes you in a box, but the internet is a consequence of that. You have to come to terms, or maybe negotiate terms, in which, yeah, you're going to answer the same questions over and over again. You're going to get the same assumptions made about you over and over again. That's the social norm. So if you're not adjusted to that, the internet is probably not for you, and you're probably older than 40 years old, which can be a little bit reductive, but that's the nature. I was not in the camp that disliked season 4. You thought the direction they went didn't seem too far out of the realm of possibility. That's fine. Yeah, that's like, I would go even further. I don't even think wherever direction they go have to be in the realm of possibility. Like they can fast forward to Alter Carbon future for all I care. It would be interesting nevertheless. But yes, sticking to a realm of possibility, that might be something that would make the show likely more acceptable, right? Honestly, the stuff that they didn't violate is the stuff that I was kind of looking forward to. I was thinking, I wonder if they don't go in the direction of expectations, is kind of my thought. But so far, I think the show Mentalist has gone in this direction of that reflected the 2010 era, like ish, around the 2010 era of these type of shows. Anyways, there you have it. That's the digression for today. I often end with this sentiment. I don't think it has been any I think the internet has made behavioral socializing, behavioral profiling in interpersonal communications all the more accessible than it has ever been. Largely because now people don't even communicate when they are self-selected for behavior. So like even myself, I get sobered. Like I get sobering shocks every once in a while when I start doing something and I realize that that's what everyone else does. Even though I thought I was being unique. Like, for example, the internet has this ability to turn even rare activities and behaviors into something that seems like it's everywhere. Like, for example, what can I use recently as a sobering thing? Writing on the screen, right? Doing like this box thing, right? Although I don't literally do this, but I do this to some degree. I would draw a box and then maybe talk for 5 minutes. Then I would draw something else, like a triangle, right? And you might be thinking, I think someone, said like, oh, that's kind of neat. You kind of do like what this other person does. I'm like, what other person? So then I look for that person and say, oh, that person. And then because of that discovery, when I go on my personal YouTube account, I see feeds and feeds of other, like 2 or 3 major people who does this as content creation, and it can make you feel like everyone does it. But then when you step back and you look at the bigger picture, you realize that no, not a lot of people do this. But the idea is it can be very sobering when you are able to challenge the notion of what the internet can confirm to you. Like I could say, everyone thinks Duolingo is garbage. That's just not true. Statistically, that's not true. Now, you could say, well, everyone thinks Duolingo is garbage, have a certain perspective. That's probably true. And how does that help you? The internet helps you with that. They'll give you as much detail as possible based on a perspective. So then you can collectively understand that perspective very quickly and in great detail. And you can use that as a conversation starter. Now, are you going to go beyond that? That's up to you. Because the internet doesn't help you with that. The internet does not. In fact, it might even keep you from doing that and discovering counter arguments. It is up to you to create counter arguments. Null hypothesis test. What are their other perspectives? How do I get the other side? It's so ingrained that there are services now that make a lot of money doing just the opposite. And there's a great example. I'll let you decide which service I'm referring to. But there is a service out there that say, oh, you heard this news, right? And then you plug it in, and then they're going to break down and tell you which side is which side, what sources are leaning which side, and then they'll tell you all the other, try to balance out all the other counter arguments and contrary perspectives. There's a service for that now, to the point where that is highlighting what is missing. So if you think a season is really bad, right? Well, the moment you type in a season is really bad, the internet is very good. The algorithm is very good at convincing you how bad the season is and in how many ways the season is bad. Now you are responsible for asking yourself, what are the reasons the season is good? Or what about, so you have to do that. Otherwise, even the oddest things can feel like everyone thinks it. What's a very I was going to do one more anecdote. The anecdote I would choose is, think of every absurd nutritional or physical life hack that you've thought of. Type that in the internet and then challenge yourself. Is there enough content to make it sound like everyone believes it? So my challenge to you is, if you type something absurd in your search bar, do you get an entire page confirming that search bar? You probably do, because that's how search engines work. They're giving you what you're looking for, but they're also giving you what you want to look for as well. Now, how's that different? If you're looking for information about, describe to me, like for example, you can write, describe me the positions on climate change. This is different from a user who would say, is climate change bad? But the latter is the more common phrasing and realm of thinking for the post-internet generation than the former, which would be a generation that's not exposed specifically to phrasing things by what they want to see. So, it still exists in the previous generation. It's just to a lesser degree. Nowadays, it's much, and then now we're going to bring it all the way back to the beginning. You search and behave and consume based on your expectations now. Not to see what is expected or to observe whether the expected happens. I watch shows to see if what I expect happens or not to see if what I expected happens. Those are two it's very subtle, but it's very different. People play and buy video games to meet their expectations. To meet their expectations. I play video games to see if my expectations occur or not. Like, if it doesn't, that's not going to be the deal breaker. It doesn't matter if it meets my expectations. I'm playing and it could meet my expectations, or it could do everything else. The excitement about buying something is to experience something that you otherwise do not have control over until you experience it. So watching a show because you expect it to go a certain way is kind of weird. Like, and I know it's really subtle, but there is a difference. You can still phrase it in the same way. Like, a person who, it's hard to know what type of person you're talking about or talking to, because it can still be phrased in English the same way. I don't know about Japanese and Chinese, language learning again. But when you say, I'm gonna watch to see what happens, it can be a person who says, I'm watching it to see if the show panders to me, versus I'm watching a show because I'm ready to be taken away to wherever it goes. I'm invested already. And season 3 and 4 tests that limit. Season 3s and season 4s will test whether you're projecting into the show or you're invested in the show. When you're projecting, then there's nothing other than your vision that will be satisfactory. When you're invested, you trust wherever the show goes, you'll still end up liking it to some extent. You'll end up enjoying it because you're invested. And then there's the opposite, but we're not talking about the other people now, because if you're 3 seasons in, you're likely more invested than not invested. If you're not invested, all the other things are off the chart, are already out of hand, because you don't care, right? You don't care already. You're gone. It doesn't even matter if the show had a season 3 or 4 and in the other things. So for me, I'm invested in the show. I love investing in things. I love investing in people. The thing I love investing most is people. So the closest way I can get closer to people is investing in the things they do. Both the people watching and possibly the people that are making the show. Obviously, the mentalist is... It wouldn't apply to mentalists here. But for video games, like Persona 5X, like P5X, I'm invested in the people. And yes, there has been a lot of controversy. P5X, I was kind of alluding to that. And I'm keeping up to date on what the trends of P5X is, because that gives me a starting point. So whenever I engage in P5X, I have to be aware of what people are saying, because it's a really, I don't want to call it a life hack. It's a normal hack. It's a normal behavior. So you gotta know the things you're doing, at least be informed about what the trends are, and then find out what that person's like later down the road. Yeah, so for me, I probably won't dislike anything about The Mentalist at this point. I'll probably talk about what happened in The Mentalist and how it corresponds with other shows or not correspond with other shows that I have experienced. And overall, the reason why I like to do that is because we are invested in the sense that now we have something to talk about. And then for whatever future things we'll talk about, we can still make jokes or refer back to Mentalist because it's now a shared experience, despite it not being literally shared like between us. And that's great. That's wonderful. That's how you like things despite not liking it, or you learn to like something because someone else likes it. That situation. In the and one last thing is, like, in the internet situation, if you like something and that other person doesn't like something, they can't be friends anymore. That is the joke. That is the joke that also has like 40 to 50% ounce of realism. I think those who under appreciates that you can be friends without liking the same things are people who are comfortable in joking with each other, and also who are friends are being able to do that too. So you're either strangers who understand that friends are beyond that, or you are literally already friends and you're beyond that. So, and that's kind of like, going even further. What's beyond friends? Having a significant other. You're going to dislike things, like disagree about things. So if you're not into that, it can be very tough. It can be very tough. And on the internet, you either disagree or agree. And that's how friendships are made. So play along until you're able to trust each other to disagree on things. I think that's how I go about talking about how you would make friends. Like, start with all the things you agree on and keep on expanding and diversify until like however quick you want to go about it. Find as many things you can agree upon. So not just one common interest, but start with the first common interest. Then find as many things you can agree on to confirm that you're stereotypically aligned. And then start tackling things that you may disagree about. And that disagreement, in my opinion, will be a great litmus test to understanding if you are friends now. It sounds simpler now on paper, but most things post-internet sounds easy on paper. The irony here is, I actually think before the internet, relationships were less clear, but it was kind of easier because the expectation is you have to find out all those things anyways. And because you already are expected to normally have to invest effort to finding those things out, you don't want to quit the relationship easily. You see what I mean? Easy come, easy go kind of situation. Hard to come by, hard to let go is the opposite happens. So, rejection and stuff can hurt a lot. Back in the day, it hurts a lot less now because rejection happens like in split seconds. Someone asks a question, they're gone. You didn't answer the question fast enough. They gave you like 1 minute to answer the question. They don't like your answer. They're gone. So it's so trivial how little effort people up front put into communication. Back in the day, rejection was like monumental because it's like a act of Congress to try to create a relationship in the first place, because no one's like forcing you to be in the same place. On the internet, they just make it natural. Just play a video game and you're already collected into a place. Like, oh, you love puppy videos? Here are 100 million other people who also love puppy videos. You're welcome. I mean, I don't even think people process that anymore. Where you're like, the moment you enter in a search engine, like, what is a good puppy? and it's automatically filling based on all the prior results, like all the results of all the people who. So you start. I do this fun activity. I don't know if people still get a kick out of this activity. When you start phrasing a question, look at all the possible search results. So like you start with what, right? And I get WhatsApp. What does it mean to have zero deductible? What is my IP? What time is it? The company name whatnot. What is Juneteenth? Those are my search results on my personal accounts. So you can already determine what kind of group you belong to because of algorithms. Like I have what is a tariff, 4 down, 8 search results down. What school district am I in? Like you're already self-selected. You can use all these things as conversation starters. Right? And then let's see, what is? Let's put what is. What is my IP? What is real ID? What is DEI? I have no idea what DEI stands for actually. What is minimum wage? And then you can put in like, what is a. And then I have cover letter. What is a cover letter? Good credit score, APR. You can kind of see what kind of person I am. Huh? Like, I'm basically revealing a lot about myself already. So clearly, diversity, equity, inclusion. Oh, that's what you got? Are those your search results, Spree? For what is? Like for me, it's heavy on economics because I have to do a lot of economics in the self-education and finance self-education for like family purposes and whatnot. So yeah, no, that's what DEI stands for. Oh, diversity, equity, inclusion. Oh, that makes sense. That's something I would be very interested in. So there you go. Like the I'm mentioning this because I think if you have problems self-expressing yourself, the internet is so good at telling you what you want. So use that to your advantage. Like literally take the stuff and see what the internet thinks of you. And then you can challenge it. You can say, nah, that's not me. Like and whatnot. So for me, I do this fun thing where I would go around and I would reevaluate my algorithm after like 2 or 3 months, and that's where I collect most of my ideas. Like, oh, you know what? The last month, it looks like this is what my YouTube feed looks like. By the way, my YouTube feed changes dramatically with every new person I meet. So, to me, that's confirmation that I'm not dictating what I'm watching. Other people are dictating what I'm watching. So, like, let me look at my personal YouTube right now. There's still my subscription stuff obviously thrown in, but let's say like I go to my personal account. All right, let's say I go to my personal account. So I have Bradio. Bradio is the music thing because recently I was talking to Jack about music and we were exchanging like music things. OK Go was mentioned, right? I have a bit of subscriptions. Then we have the sumo wrestling tournament. I don't know how sumo wrestling comes into this. Video game launches. Recalls. The history of English by that one guy Rob's words because someone mentioned it before. And then of course it's right next to Lost in the Pond, which is a personal interest of mine, right? A bunch of indie games because I recently mentioned indie games in a stream. Wordplay, someone was talking about learning words the other time. Yeah, So you get to reflect upon it, and then a bunch of Japanese music video artists because we largely talked about Japanese music. Before then, it was largely about sports. I was watching track and field stuff, so I largely had like field running thing among my subscriptions. So YouTube still sprinkles in all your subscriptions in it, but I was looking at all the things that are outside of my subscriptions. Since talking about Shadow Hunters the other day, your entire YouTube is filled with Magnus compilations. Yeah, yeah. So, to me, understand what the internet can do for you, and then also when you can understand what the internet can do to you, do for you, you can also understand appreciate what it can do to you, and you can use that to your advantage. I use self-reflection a lot of times. By the way, around like the springtime, my YouTube feed is all disc golf. It's like because it's the beginning of the disc golf season, so like half the stuff is about disc golf. And then for whatever reason, disc golf is often associated with other sports, but you might be thinking ball golf, but it actually ends up triggering like cycling and like marathon running. So I recently like watched a lot of marathon running and cycling stuff when I'm watching disc golf. So I don't know how they're related. Maybe the communities somehow interact with each other a lot of times, or it's a convergent behavior. So the algorithm can tell you a lot about convergent behavior, which is if you watch something, it leads to another thing because they're affiliated with each other. Harry Shum Jr. is just chef's kiss. Let me look at this. Is this like... Of course. You're right. Honestly, he looks really different in... Oh, that's because I'm thinking of someone else. I just realized he's someone else in the movie. I don't know, when I think about whatever movie, the last movie I watched, or the last thing that I watched with him in it was Crazy Rich Asians, and I think the lead actor, it's pretty a stand-up like representation of Harry Shum's like demographic of actors. I don't want to be too reductive about this, but yeah, I still have yet to get to Shadow Hunters, so I'll dabble sooner or later. All right, I'm done for real now, for real. We have no more. Otherwise, we're gonna get back to the other habit of not being able to sleep.
诗人，
诗人
怀念，
怀念 embrace year? Oh, embrace to miss. Oh no, 念 I'm thinking of 念 to miss. So to cherish, to miss is to reminisce. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Reminiscing is a way to be associated with feeling miss. Bringing something back around. Shadowhunters is only 3 seasons. Ironically or coincidentally? The reason why I asked is I'm not... Are you saying it's unexpected that it only has 3 seasons, so it could have gone longer? Or did you mean coincidentally, maybe it's not for the same reason, but it just happens to have 3 seasons? Which one do you mean? I often have to ask for that clarification because I have an interesting... like I would have a different response to either of them. Is it because it just coincidentally got canceled for 3 seasons, or it unexpectedly went longer and had 3 seasons? because we talked about both of them. Like both those angles. I don't know which one you're referring to, because you earlier you did mention that Shadowhunters isn't that great of a show, so maybe it was ironic that it had 3 seasons because it wasn't that great. It should have been like, shouldn't have lasted that long. Or coincidentally what we said earlier, that it lines up that it got canceled after 3. Or it could have gone longer because there was a chance the show could be better. Weird. You mean Google says that ironic can be used to denote a paradoxical, unexpected? Yeah. Or coincidental situation? Yeah, I don't know about this. I guess it means both ironic and coincidental. Yeah, I know. But honestly, didn't expect it to make it past. Okay. Yeah. So that's the problem that I have with ironic now. Okay. We'll make it about language. One last language thing, Brie. I like talking about this topic too when it comes to language. In the internet space, in the new age, we're talking about like new age English. Literally means both figurative and literal. Much like ironically now means both coincidental. I don't know how to spell coincidental. Coincidental and unexpected. Which is also what is the primary definition of ironic. So, what was another one? All means almost, and all. No one, or nobody, or permutation means almost no one. And you get the point. But what happened is that now I have to ask. The whole point of me asking what you mean by ironically is because it means these two. And it has 2 different meanings to me. So I was making sure that you mean ironically as in you honestly didn't expect it was going to get past season 2. And just so happens that it also coincidentally mean that it ended in season 3. You requested to join my guild? Shouldn't it have auto join, Converse? Those are all auto joins. Did you not? Did not just auto join? Also, did you get your W? I have another example too. What's another? Oh man. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it's not auto join. You did get your W, nice. Bree, I know, Bree, I know you probably have more examples. I usually rattle these off pretty quickly. I think coffers could help. Oh, there was a recent one. Procall gave me a recent one. Think means opinion. Think implies an opinion, while it typically also implies probability. And oftentimes probability is linked with opinion, which is not true. Like, to me, like that's not true. When you say something has a 50% chance of occurring, that's not an opinion. But it can be seen as an opinion. You see what I mean? Like, an opinion can be true and not true, or false. And that's where English is right now. so to understand English, right? A lot of times when people think of something that can happen, if you say, I might be able to finish this lesson today, that's not an opinion. That is an expression. It's a statement. Statement about probability. So when you say it may likely rain, it can be in modern English, it can be an expression of an opinion and a probability. So now think opinion and probability are now one thing. So it can be very confusing. And or to me, it's very confusing. It's not confusing to other people, so I have no idea. I have no idea how to negotiate that. But you'll probably see me asking these potentially inane questions. So I'll have to make that disclaimer. Very, very future. Right. I'm not trying to be too... I'm not deliberately trying to be pedantic. It's that I think I know too much. I try to remember a little bit too much about the person, and I need to be more specific because I want to know what you mean by things. You feel like the Magnus Alex storyline really carried the show and made it much more popular than it probably would have. Without them, it probably wouldn't have made it past season 1, in your opinion? There are some serious fans of Malik. Oh, okay. I see. So you like the storyline that wasn't the main character. Because as far as I remember, Malik was the main character, right? And then Magnus and Alec are like Grace and Rigsby or something like that. Or Cho. Or like an offshoot that it's like, oh yeah, that's really it's the supporting storyline in the presence of Malik, right? Is that how I got it? I think that's how that goes, or is it the other way around? I don't remember. I'll have to watch it now. My interest is peaked. Okay. 我常常怀念童年时光。What the heck is 时光? I often reminisce childhood about. No, about is understood. Oh, I guess maybe this is a full fat phrase because this is time. Time light. Interesting. Malik is the ship name for Magnus. Oh, and yes, Malik aren't the main characters. The main character is, oh, it's Clary. Okay, I see. Oh, I see what you mean about that. Okay. Oh, Malik as in like Team Malik stuff. I see. Like the couple things. I don't think I've ever partook in any of that. Partake in some of this. I think I've joked around before. Oh, I joked around on anime before. You know, like you pick a husband waifu combo, right? Like, oh, I'm for team whatever. I think the most humorous interaction I had was probably Twilight. When back in the day when Twilight was big and then the Twilight series came out, you know, the girls that I hang out with like Twilight and they read Twilight and then they would like root for couples, like, you know, the team ups and you have those names. It's the two names slammed together. Or they just go with like team, what was it? Like Team Jacob and Team whatever. I don't remember the people's names. I'm sorry. I wasn't. I was more in it for the culture exchange than the semantics of Edward. Was his name Edward? In terms of words, are you talking about something like sanction? Sanction. Hang on, let me ban this view bot spam. Where it can be both to approve, permit, and to punish. Oh yeah, or something like that, but they're not technical words, they're common day words. Yeah, but now we have to think about it as common day words. Like something that the internet uses very often. So we have to think a common day word that has adopted two words, but they have nuances between them, but now they no longer, they're vibed. They're vibed coded. As in you regardless, people use it as single sentence statements, but you have to vibe it in a long chat. So what I mean by that is, because of that, when people take chats out of context, they become very confusing. So like, I literally ate socks. So if you have like a, like a thumbnail, right? And it would be just this box. And it says, I literally ate socks. You're like, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean? So when you said, for example, Shadowhunters only 3 seasons, ironically, it's not enough to explain it anymore. Because ironically no longer means one thing. So it's not clear to me personally. But to most people, it might be clear because the word gets vibed all the time now. So you project your vibe. And if you're vibing on the same wavelength, then you know exactly what ironic means in that context. But I did not, because there's too many ways I could have interpreted that. So, bro, or I guess bruh, would be an example. Now, you might be thinking, no. That's just Gen Z's. No. The example of bruh is no longer the bruh of yesterday. Is what I'm suggesting. Like, bruh doesn't mean the same thing as it meant back in the day. So when someone says bruh, I'm like, is that good? Is that bad? Are you sighing? Are you happy? Like, I don't know. Like, did I say something upsetting? Or are you saying like that's cool? I have no idea. You need to clarify now. It's like, dude, but it's bruh. It's like replacing dude, but dude has a more limited use right now. Yeah, I have no idea these days. No idea. Hold. Okay, here's one. I was cooking. This literally happens to me on a daily basis. Now, I have two different, I interact with like 3 different generations of people. So when someone of various generations asks me, oh, that's, what did you do today? I was cooking. What do you think they mean? There are 3 primary interpretations when you ask someone online these days. In my anecdotal life, there are 3 different primary meanings for I was cooking. Now, if I was talking to Coffers, that pep right there, and he says I was cooking, I definitely would assume he's not literally saying he's cooking. He's more like figuratively cooking, And he's definitely not figuratively cooking something to eat, but maybe an idea that he's using. But when my friend, like one of my best friends, say I was cooking, I first assume that they're probably in the kitchen, they're preparing dinner, and they're cooking something right this moment. And when they mean cooking, I think they really do mean like automated cooking. So not like cooking, like literally going at cooking, but like programming something that is still like in the oven or something. So they're actually like baking possibly. So this is what I mean by words that no longer mean what they mean anymore. They mean way more than they do, and language is weird, especially English. I'm earnestly kind of curious if a Chinese person learns English online. Yeah, I was baking, right? You know what I mean? Like, hear me out. And then, Bree, I have something even before the internet. When you say you're cooking, there are two different types of cooking. Pre-prepared cooking, right? Which is prepping, right? Or you're cooking. Which oftentimes it's like making something. But then when you're making something, are you actually prepping it? Like that's English, you know, that's English in a nutshell. And I think that's all languages, but I'm just using English because I do not have command of other languages. Yeah, like, oh, I was cooking. Like, oh, what are you cooking? Oh, I'm just making some cookies. And I'm like, oh, you're cooking some cookies. And then kids these days, like Coffers, for example, if he ever says he was cooking, I would automatically already assume that he's not referring to actual cooking. He's cooking something, you know, like he's cooking up something, if you will. And why do I choose cooking right now? It's because this is new, but not new. It's old. It's old but new. When you're cooking up something, it's the same phrase. And that is like 80s. It's 70s and 80s. Like, what are you cooking up, chief? You know? What are you cooking up? You know, a scheme. You're cooking up a scheme. It's old. It's old but new. So, and it went back to the figure of speech. Like, the new cooking is the old figure of speech, only they removed the up. Like, just let them cook up something. Instead, just let them cook. You know, let them cook. Cooking what? Are you baking some cookies? I'm kidding. All right. I'm done with language stuff. They call you Ratatouille? Oh, come on, offers, please. What is that? Let him cook? Oh my gosh, that's a new emote. Okay. All right, we're done. I'm never gonna. That's just Woody. That's just Woody holding back Sora. What in the world is that emote? Okay. All right. Okay.
怀念
Reminisce.
销售
I still remember this stuff. It's crazy. All right. 销售. This is to spend and purchase. Okay, sales or to sell. Okay. Spend and purchase. That's kind of backwards, isn't it? spend and purchase is sales? Doesn't this feel backwards? Star 9 shot. What the emo? Wait. Wait. Am I? Oh no, this is backwards. I hope I remember this properly. Because this would imply buying. Like when you spend and purchase something, you're buying, not selling. Oh no. Refers to the activity of selling your goods. So I have to think of it as the reverse. I'm selling. Oh, this is selling? Wait. Is this not purchase? Hold up. This was to sell? Oh no. Which one's to purchase? Wait. Hold up. I got something mixed up. What's purchase? Oh, it's go. All right, that's my fault. Go is purchase. Just kidding. That's my fault. Now it makes sense. 这家公司等关注于晚到销售 this counter company special something in online sales. Oh, okay. Oh, focus. 专注. Interesting. It's gonna be a long day today. It does keep my mind off of P5X though, which is good.
销售
销售.
冷战
I legit have like it's the weight game now in P5X. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I have to make sure I don't go past 3 a.m. because that's when 24 hours are up. So stamina. 冷战, which is Cold War. Legitimately Cold War. 这是一部关于冷战的电影。关于 closed in about 关于 I guess within the context. Oh, this is probably within 关于 within the Cold War. Yeah, okay. This wait, where's the okay? Yeah, this movie is about the Cold War. In the okay.
冷战
冷战. Okay. However, I'm still calling it though. Wherever people are making fuss about the video game, you just profit. I feel kind of like a scab. I don't know if you know what a scab is. Are you familiar what a scab is, Coffers? I mean, for better or for worse, I guess. Scab is a very derogative term. I'm not even sure if people are familiar with that anymore. But I'm more the guy that can... A scab... I think it's still... It's kind of a derogatory term, though. Not sure if people use it. Oh, no, wait. Maybe that's not how you... Yeah, it's a slang term. Yeah, it's a derogatory term, but you kind of learn through the days. So, you know how like I don't think you know, but when a person goes to work, right? So there are workers. These are employees. So at a work, like, you know, like a factory, right? It is a historically derogatory term. So when the factory, there are these things called unions. So basically, like, if the employees are unhappy, right, the union can tell the owners of the faculty, like the factory, the company, like, no, we demand better conditions, better working conditions, and better wages, right? However, you can't just stop the factory. Like, if all the employees go out and they go on strike, you know, they go on strike, right? They go on strike. But in the meantime, there are people who would still work at the factory so that the factory doesn't stop, right? And they're called scabs. It's a slang term. But what I'm trying to say is I kind of feel like those people when playing something when no one else, everyone else is boycotting. The reason why it feels like this situation is because the people who are angry are refusing to play. It's not they're angry playing the game, if you know what I mean. Uh, Oftentimes, people are angry playing the game. They have a love-hate relationship with it, like Fortnite players and Overwatch players, you know, CS:GO players. They love to hate playing the game situation, so they're still playing. So while they're disgruntled and being really angry, they're still playing the game. But in this situation, the people who are employed are literally not working anymore. And the people who continue to work because maybe they need a paycheck or they otherwise don't have a job, they work for the fact that they end up working, but it creates a contention. So that's what I'm always worried about. A lot of times, if you still continue to enjoy something which everyone hates, Duolingo, the question is, are the people boycotting the majority? Now, this is where the metaphor fails. Generally, it's the majority that creates a strike because they believe they have the ability to unionize and strike against the company. And without them, the company can't operate anymore. That's kind of like the writer's strike, right? They are the reason why the company or the owners are able to be profitable. So that's how they are able to do this. But in this case, is it true? I don't know yet. And that's how I feel about P5X right now. Like, I don't think so. I think it's actually the vocal minority. But at the same time, it doesn't stop them from boycotting. So if they don't play the game and they still complain about the game, ultimately, the people who are still playing the game benefit while not making more enemies. It's kind of like your boss won't get angry at you, quote unquote, for keeping quiet. But that can be seen as a bad thing, right? Keeping quiet. Because that also means you're complicit. And that's why there's also derogatory nature of the word scab. Because you're supporting something. But there's like a really deep level of nuance during those times. Often people continue to work because they need to be paid, right? Like, not everyone has the same opportunities. So when you think about these things, it's really conflicted and nuanced. And I often
read about this in history books and whatnot to see what are both sides. Like in the one hand, are you the person who continues to work because you don't have the choice of stopping to work in order to hope for better days or better wages and work environment, or are you desperate enough, right? And then there's the thing called outsourcing, right? I'm sure you're familiar with that term too. And then there's outsourcing, which is when your primary body of people are refusing to do work and produce a specific, output. You outsource it to even cheaper labor, and that creates that whole crazy situation. Anyways, I'm going too deep into it, but that used to be the word. That's how I feel right now. Like on the one hand, I'm like, yeah, they have a point. And on the other hand, it's like, I need my fix. I'm saying this because gaming still is a privilege. Like, to enjoy video games and stuff is still a privilege. You don't, like, it's, I'm not trying to trivialize people's anger to some extent, but playing video games, being entertained is a privilege. You don't need it. So making it sound like your world is ending because you disagree with something and other people don't disagree with something, and then you're making the decision for them, that is projecting, not altruistic, right? That's like saying Duolingo needs to be shut down for their greed when millions of people who otherwise wouldn't even bother with looking at different language words would otherwise do something else, like doom scroll TikTok instead. And the people who are vocally trying to cancel something is angry because they chose to do something, and they're angry because other people don't think it's the same thing, the same problem. And that's kind of how I feel about like video game things. Like, so if your goal is that you want a game made by someone that you want to see fail, how are you going to get the next game? Usually my wait and see attitude would say, I can't wait till they make a game like it. Like, one way to really understand how businesses work is make that game. You know, you're getting lost in the sauce with mementos. What are you getting lost in mementos for? Oh, in the path thing? Oh, are you driving around? Are you doing the path thing? Is that what's happening? So mementos is both the palace and the path. So all the path contains all the palaces. I know, right? You just keep. Do you like the Sonic level design? I call it the Sonic level design because it's so Sonic, where you just keep following the coins and you just keep following the coins and you keep following the coins, or in this case the tickets, and you just keep holding Q, and you wish you can go faster. You wish you had like more faster speed. I think there needs to be a Sonic game like that to come back. All you're doing is going faster and faster. Like, they need more. That's to get a fix, you know. That's your dopamine fix right there. Anyways. Yeah. I think it was fun. It took me like 2 or 3 hours. It was just collecting tickets. You haven't reached a time where there's insta-kill yet, right? Yeah, you haven't even out-leveled things, because you can insta-kill all the combat if you're out-leveling them. And you still get like you still get the loot and stuff. So it's like you drive, you collect, insta kill, collect, insta kill. You keep going until you hit an advanced mob and you crush them out, then collect a whole pile of tickets, and then you go to the next one and you just keep quickly insta kill. If it was instant, that would have been cool. But I do like the splash screen. It's kind of stylish. But you can imagine like a action game where you're just drive-bying, you know, you just run, just haymaker someone and then just continue running, collecting more cash. That it reminds me of what Sega did, RGG did with Pirate Yakuza, because Pirate Yakuza just looks like that now. The loading and the loading in and the loading out between combat is pretty fast. So you just run, combat starts, combat ends. Like immediately enter combat, you insta shot all you know, insta cleave all 5 of your opponents, and then it just goes right back to where you were standing, right at your completion. You just keep going. So you're just running, swoop, all your enemies go down, and you just continue running. It feels great. I hope RGG at least, or Sega titles, continue to like do something like that. You still get splash screens on Atlas games, but I really like that idea where you expedite. So that's what I mean, Toffers. In the future, if you like, you get rewarded for being prepared. Things get faster. Like there's a fast mode for everything. And I don't see how that isn't talked about all the time. We're like, oh, you remember the days where, oh, I don't want to do this battle anymore. It's like, so you can run around it. It's like, but what if you just hit a button and they just die? You know, what if you just wipe them out by hitting a button instead? That's what I was kind of hoping Claire Obscura actually does. Where like at some point, the mobs are so low that they added a mechanic. So that's one of the features that I thought Claire Obscura overlooked, or a gold standard in modern JRPG design, where when mobs are well below you and you've already done them a bunch of times and you revisit a place, the mobs just either cower away, or when you hit them, they just instantly get wiped out. So you don't ever have to even enter combat. That's one of the things I really enjoyed. It was there since Persona 3, where when you're so much higher level than at least for the Persona series, it's probably earlier in like Shin Megami Tensei or something, but when your level is that much higher, the mobs cower from you. And in Persona 5, I think, which is character P5X, you get reward for chasing down the thing that's cowering from you. Like, not only do you, if you don't care about the thing cowering for you, you don't have to do anything, but you also get rewarded for things that cower, hitting things that cower away from you. So either or. Either or. I think it's a great attention to detail for Atlas designs. It's one of those smaller details that make specific JRPGs feel fantastic compared to others. It's the little details at this point. That's not it. That is not it.
诗人、
诗人、
销售、
销售。Okay.
怀念、
怀念。Yep. I'm so terrible at spelling this word. That's not how you spell it. Oh, maybe they just mean it as a verb. I don't.
冷战，
What is going on? Okay, how do I say this? Reminiscent? Reminisce? Oh my gosh. How do you spell reminisce? Okay. That's an English problem. Wait, what's happening here? Oh. Is it Xian? Oh, I corrected one thing and then I messed up the other thing. How do you say rem? Yes. Oh my gosh, it's two eyes. And then... Oh, whoops. Hold.
精细，
Oh man.
有趣，
有趣. Okay, interesting. Sure. Possess interest, amusing. 这本书非常有趣. Okay.
有趣，怀旧，
怀旧. Nostalgia. Okay. Embrace old. 怀旧是一种something 强烈的感觉感觉 so feeling so nostalgia is one type of strong feeling is a strong feeling 强烈 right yes 强烈 not 烈 I gotta make sure I distinguish between 烈 and 累 because they can get mixed up. That's not a great explanation.
怀旧，
怀旧
诗句，
诗句 poet sentence. Oh yeah, right, not paragraph, sentence. Or a line, or not even verse. 这首诗的诗句 I don't know I have that. Something 满了 Oh, actually, I'm not sure. 满了深意 虫 Oh, I do have 虫 I do have this 虫满了 I do have 充满了 This is 充 is sufficient. Sufficiently full, so deep or profound. Yeah, full of. Okay. Oh, and then deep meaning is here. Okay, full of. Okay. 充 is 充
诗句，
诗句 verse.
我，
博是什么？博 flower What is that? A smoke rack? Is that a smoker? No, it's a trellis. Oh no, totally forgot about trellis. Okay, trellis, spray, and caliper. What? Mark Simpson is inside the lobby of the office building, where he is dealing with a slight problem. I see that. There's a slight trellis with a bunch of slight flowers that spray slight amounts of water on every office worker that comes near it. The heck? Art takes a caliper and slightly taps it, causing it to fall over. Maybe he will get a slight pay raise for his diligent part-time work. What the... Okay, hold up. I was gonna make it into a prank. So like, Mark Simpson is inside the lobby of the office building, trying to set up a prank that may slightly irk everyone, right? That might. Yes. So he took a no, why is there a trellis with flowers in the office? Okay. How about, let's see, Bart Simpson is inside the lobby of the office building, making some slight mischief, right? He took out a caliber and measured out what the distance it takes for his little his slightly makeshift trellis with flowers on it, and then prankingly, for prank, have it squirt water out of its flower onto innocent office workers that walk by the trellis, right? That's kind of what I'm imagining, right? Kind of like the flower gag from like Rusty the Crown or something, where you spray water out of flowers. In this case, it just happens to be on a trellis, like this archway thing that people walk by, like a decor or something. So he's slightly modifying the decor. Weak or roll. Weak plus slight. Slight weak, okay. Meager. Wait, does that actually say Weibo? Isn't that the name of... No, that's not. Just kidding. Oh wait, isn't that Weibo? Isn't... Oh, that might not be the same characters. Weibo. Oh, no. This is Weibo. That was Weibo, not Weibo. What was this slate?
10
At first I thought that said latte. I'm like, why am I learning latte? Like, that's late. Heckin' latte. Oh no. I think my pinyin mixed with my romaji is getting in the way of me reading English words now. Like latte. Latte. Oh, you could be goofy and just read it like pinyin. Like Rome. Oh no, but you can't do like of. Of. How do you do of? Just o? Ofu? Okay. Alright, true. Oh, and this... Oh, you know why this reminded me? It sounds like chai latte. When I said it, chu, late. Chai latte. Chu latte. Or like eat. Eat. Sorry. Alright. I gotta focus. We're way late. Okay. Alright, Charlie Brown is inside the living room of the house where he is holding a small party. Okay. Piled on the coffee table. Oh my gosh, there's a coffee table by coincidence. Out on the coffee table are a bunch of snowflakes. Oh, is this gonna be used to cool something down? With a flag sticking out of them, which says snowflake party. Okay. We'll just say, like, you know, paper mache snow. He waits for his friends, the cow. What? We're not even near the barn. The cow to come down the road and arrive at the party. But the cow is quite late. In fact, when the cow finally arrives, it is so late that all the snowflakes have already melted, soaking the carpet. Womp womp. I guess that's fine. Let me picture this for a moment. The flag is gonna get lost in the... I can see like a scene, you know. So here's a table, right? And then we have a bowl. We have like a flag that fell onto the ground, right? And the bowl's like dripping. Like water's just dripping, piled up. And then there's Charlie Brown. Let's add this so it's like Charlie Brown, and then like the hair thing here. That doesn't work. That kind of looks like Isaac now from Binding of Isaac. And then the cow just shows up, right? I can't draw a cow. Maybe like put a bull ring here and maybe some spots. Right. Mouse drawings. Epic. Alright. Plays late. Okay, to be late. Oh, 迟到. Oh, this 迟 is 迟到. Alright. 推迟 推迟. I don't have reference. No reference for that. Wait. No reference for that. No yan. No yen. Oh, wait. Yen? A pointer and stretch. Oh, yeah, yen. Prolong. Prolong, late, delay. I see.
10
有趣
有趣
诗句
诗句
诗句 not 句诗句没有没有没有句自由句okay okay
10怀旧
This one's pretty funny. I'm gonna draw these in the future, or take some of these and draw them in the future. So, see, like there's a trellis, right? And then maybe like there's a reception desk here that people have to get through. So then you have like workers, right? You have workers like walking through here. But then there's these flowers that are on the trellis. You know, like home decor, like an archway, right? But then in the background, there's like this goober here, which is Bart Simpson, right? Bart Simpson here. And he's like, he was measuring the distance. And then when the people get there, it's like spraying, you know, it like sprays and then it's like, ha ha, you know, kind of thing. Oh no, wait, that's not Bart. But you know, I'm thinking of Bart's bully. But, you know, that's the prank that I'm thinking of for this mnemonic. Mouse art. Epic. What? Oh, right.
我
Epic. Okay, Ma number. Oh yeah, that's Ma. As in like how Ma. Mario's in the basement of the auditorium, where he finds a stone horse and is used as a stage prop. That is used as a stage prop. It has a huge number carved into it. In fact, Mario finds a number of similar stone horses throughout the basement. He tries throwing a fireball at the number of the horse, but it has no effect. That's kind of cute. Secrets, Mario, video game reference in stone props. All right, I got you. This one's pretty good. Yeah. Alma. And Mima. Yep, for password. Chips. Okay. No reference for that.
马变
Yeah. The dispute. Peppers and words. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he's having a dispute with the pawn shop owner who says he's too chicken to eat a pepper. The words of the owner hit him in the face, making him angry. He finally eats the pepper to end the dispute, only for it to be so peppery he immediately goes in the sink to wash his mouth out. Okay. That's good. I like it. 辩论, of course. 辩论. 辩护, to defend. True.
变
D. The hand over. A tiger, legs, and a cliff? Oh boy. In a road. Diddy Kong is in the bathroom of the house, pressed up against the wall. In front of him is a tiger. That kind of checks out. That wants him to hand over his legs. Yikes. Diddy have no other options, rips them off and hands over his legs to the tiger. The tiger, however, still throws him out the window where he falls down a steep cliff and lands on a road at the bottom with no legs. Nah, we're changing this. So, Diddy Kong is in the bathroom of the house. Pressed up against the wall in front of him is a tiger that wants him to basically hand over his bananas. Okay, just like hand over whatever he took because it's Diddy Kong. Instead, though, Diddy Kong had no other options. He hopped out of the window, dexterously, used his legs to maneuver down the steep cliff and onto the road. Right, legs intact. But the hand over thing is gonna be kind of tough. What is he handing over to the tiger? Maybe the food he stole? Possibly. Quite D. Express delivery. Fast handover. D gay. Oh, handover give. Okay.
D
That might get lost. I short. Oh yeah, the other short. Yes. Master Chef is in the basement of the high school where he comes across a woman that is extremely short. How short? Oh, she is shorter than a grain stalk. I mean, grain stalks can be very long, but taller than a dart. Okay, this doesn't help. In fact, she is so short that Master Chief noticed her all too late after he stepped on her and squashed her into the cement floor. Was she a student or a teacher or a mystical creature? Nobody knows. That doesn't help. Okay, so let's say Master Chief is in the basement of a high school in pursuit of a woman that is extremely short. This short woman is, no taller than a grain stalk, but she is consistently shooting like darts at 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 Master Chief while she's like running away. Like short range darts. We'll say that. It'll be fun. Or like a female, let's just say like a female creature that is no taller than or shorter than a grain stalk, right? Shorter than a grain stalk. That'll be fun. Iron, a dwarf. Oh, I see. What the EI? Oh, okay.
矮
I
田
Tian to fill in. Do you look familiar? No, I don't think you look familiar. Timmy Turner is inside the pawn shop, applying for a part-time job. Makes sense? Timmy Turner. The manager asks him to fill in an application, but Timmy is too lazy, so he wishes it is filled in to save him some work. Unfortunately, the wish goes wrong, and thinking Timmy's true wish is to fill in a grave, the wish resulted in soil appearing out of air filling onto the application. I think we're gonna change this up a little. Timmy Turner is inside the pawn shop applying for a part-time job, right? And the manager asks him to fill in an application. That's perfectly fine. He's too lazy to fill it in, so he decided to wish it to be filled in. However, the wish wasn't specific enough. Instead of filling in the truth about Timmy, it actually ended up filling in a bunch of dirt. Like dirt that he didn't want, irrelevant to the application, right? Not specific enough. 填写 fill out, and 填补 填补 interesting, with patch. I think that's patch.
田
All right.
马田变
How did this work? Oh no, I lost the keyword. Something about, it's not wash. Oh, dispute.
I
Right.
B
Okay. Hanover is probably the weakest. All right. So since I digress, I really need to go to the bathroom. It's been 3 hours. I'll be right back before we start. Oh boy, here we go. Game face. Time to try to lock in. No whammies, no whammies.
队员、
9号队员、
成员、
他是团队的成员，
It is, but they probably just had member. But turn it into a member, it's fine. Okay. Uh,
陆地、
这片陆地非常肥沃，
听说、
听说明天会下雨，
帽子、
oh, right. If only I could go faster. It's something for my throat. What? Oh, root has tree next to it.
垃圾袋、
这个垃圾袋太小，
儿童、
儿童是我们的未来，
奖、
Or award, not reward. That's actually an important difference.
童话、
你相信童话吗？
Accidentally added a G.
燃料、
石油是一种重要的化石燃料，
燃烧、
我们打算燃烧这张纸，
Burn? Burn and igniter. Close enough.
提炼、
提炼金属需要高温，
急、 江水、
漂浮在江水上，
Uh-oh. Oh, wait.
治、 点燃、
你能点燃煤气灯吗？
Ugh. Ugh. And suddenly a blank. It's not that one. Oh, it's not that one either. Oh, right.
湿、 是、 抄写、
抄写著名诗词可以帮助记忆，
对不起、
对不起，我不是故意的。
阵地，
攻击敌人的阵地。
Location, probably like position. Huh.
婆，
I lost the meaning. Oh, oh.
帅哥，
他并不是帅哥，而是个丑男。
是，在，进，
That's prohibit, not permit. The opposite. Um.
实验，
实验在实验室进行。
What? Huh.
陪，童年，
童年是一段美好的时光。
隔日，
他隔日跑步。
以，
Guess compare is fine. True. Reality. Check. Okay, test is fine. Test is still fine. I just thought of a fancier word for test. Okay.
赏，
This is reward. Oh, they used to use. That's right. To use.
大陆，
你去过中国大陆吗？
Oh, that's not even. That's not that. Nope. Nope. Oh, chill.
保险，
你应该买房屋保险。
山腰，
我们在山腰休息了。
回家，
他现在想回家了。
What? Oh, I gotta think about this. What's happening? What? Oh, oh. Oh.
大交
Uh.
时间
我们没什么时间。
Hmm. That's what we practiced, right? Wait. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
衬衫
这件衬衫的后身太长了。
Uh. Oh no.
包含
这药包含了草药。
坏人
为什么大家都觉得他是个坏人？
Okay, Why is very close to why. Gotta be careful about that.
传奇
我以前听过这个传奇。
一半
西瓜一半是你的。
效率
他的工作效率很高。
Yellow?
暗
Yes. Oops. She. No. Shin. Shin.
帽
Oh, that's cold. Whoops.
“实施
你们实施了这些改变吗？
Commit, determine, plan. Decide. Like, put into action. Established. Oh, wait. What?
包裹
我今天寄了包裹给他们。
包裹 What in tarnation? am I drawing a blank? No.
治国、
治国的方法有很多种，
Carry out. Truth? How do you do this? To implement? Establish a sign. To carry out is fine. Put into effect. Oh, I can, okay.
序、
Risk. Oh. Risk is good, actually. Yeah. Risk. I should be careful of that. I'm getting it mixed up with something else. I put cold as a backup to remind me that not to mix those two up. That's
比较、
让我们比较这两个。
市场、
国际市场、
方向盘、
方向盘上的按钮、
Let's not use about wheel. I don't. Wait. I'm gonna think about that one.
修、
Whoa! Oh, wait. What? Oh. Chumai. A chumai. Whoa. Oh no. I thought I plugged that up, but I didn't plug it up.
替代、
你不能用盐替代糖。
Whoops. Fat fingered. Nope, that's definitely not that.
出卖、
出卖房产、
种、 分散，
我们需要分散我们的部队。
It is separate. To disperse or to scatter, to separate. We're just gonna put separate. Separate does have a more of an organized thing as opposed to random thing, but it's good enough.
谢
Whoa. Oh, dang it.
轮椅，
So what's happening here? Shack and payment. Such a crutch for me to use foo as like I'm drawing a blank for now. Did I not type foo already? I could have sworn I typed foo already. That's exactly what I thought it was until it wasn't. Must have typed something else by instinct. Oh, that's a typo. What? Oh no, I had you for a moment and now it's gone. Oh no. Oh, Dreamcatcher. Right.
树， 太空，
太空垃圾，
吸引，
日本吸引了许多游客。
Whoa. Oh man, that typo.
外号，
他的外号叫
首府，
德州的首府是奥斯汀。
难忘，
他的笑容令人难忘。
有效，
一种有效的方法。
Effect and effective. But that says has effect. Has effect. Or effective. It's fine. What is this? Oh, it's clearly not a ball. I don't know what their component name for that is. I'm not sure.
营地，
营地到处都是垃圾。
上游，
船在向上游行进。
So, oh, they use jade. That's right.
吃饭，
我们一起吃饭吧。
冷淡，
他对我很冷淡。
免费，
请享用我们免费提供的咖啡。
I don't know. Wait. Hold on.
高跟鞋，
Okay. Eating.
表格，
把你手边那张表格递给我。
表格。
肉类，
肉类加工厂，
决赛，
决赛将在下个月举行。
What incarnation am I looking at? Yellow?
张，
Okay. Okay. Oh, 除了。
学费，
这所大学的学费很昂贵。
Oh no, it's Jing. Already? Wait.
已经，
我已经买单了。
Okay. It is form. It's still expression. Oh no. I made the wrong thing. This is pattern. Ooh, surface pattern. Not expression. Not expression. That's fine. That's a repeat. It's gonna get blocked out. I'm not worried.
竟然，
我竟然忘了吃饭。
What? Hmm.
病，
Hmm.
汉朝，
汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一。
You finally caught my stream? Welcome. Hmm.
“县”，
Okay. I don't think that's what I think it is. Hmm. Oh, that's a typo. Hmm.
刺耳，
他的话听起来很刺耳。
概括，
这篇文章概括了这本书。
Thought it was. What? Oh, I missed the I. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's Chui. Oh, yeah, that's not the one. That's fine though. No, those things happen. That one I'm not too worried about. My instinct was this.
清醒
Okay. That's one.
解脱，
他终于解脱了困境。
贴，黑暗，
他藏在黑暗中。
Oops. That's a typo.
考虑，
我们需要考虑所有的选择。
撤，吹了，
整个计划都吹了。
Oh, wait. Like, already like wasted or used up or blow by. How does that raise up? Hmm.
静，
Hmm.
月，稳，色，遇到，
我在街上遇到了他。
That's tool, not shirt. It's like blow to fall through, to blow by, to fail, to waste. I think waste is kind of closer, but fall through is fine. To fail is probably the closest I was thinking of. What I was thinking of. Whoops. Oh, I typed 2.
土豆，
And somehow I kind of think it's like keep thinking it's like yin or yang. Maybe like yin. Oh, it's yin. Oh, yeah, okay. It was Yugi summoning rain in the summoning cloud rains in the infirmary.
粗心，
一个粗心的错误，
盖， 既然，
既然这么晚了，你还是回家吧。
So what? Feeling. I just want to type. Ugh. That's not it. What?
“长江”，
你有没有看过长江？
环， 打招呼，
老板每天到店里都会跟员工打招呼。
Oh, that's. Wait. What's happening? What's happening? Wait.
小猫，
I keep typing a piglet instead of a kitten. Thanks, Jazz. Hello.
海鲜，
我喜欢吃海鲜。
像，您， 盖
Oh, sorry. Free. Sorry. I forgot. Jazz does that all the time, so all I read was the hydrate thing. My bad, Brie. That's how Jazz says hi. And it's around this time, actually. Ellie saw it in the corner of my eye. Yeah. Certainly isn't.
团圆
我期待着我们的团圆饭。
Reunion. Reunion. I feel like this was like...
中
Oh, okay, it is. Or end? End is probably better than finish.
阶段
这项工程已经完成了第一阶段。
What? Stage. A stage is a step too, but I just gravitated towards step. Ugh! Wait, what happened here?
“云
This is a step. And steps, not the literal step, but the figurative step.
盐
YOLO? Oh no, I just typed already. That's fine. Whoa! Wait. Hold. Wait. Yes. Yeah? Dang it! That's a woo ding. That's a void.
“烟火
我们去看烟火吧。
屋顶
屋顶很脏。
费劲
学习中文是一个费劲的任务。
I could have sworn it's What? Oh, Just kidding. Just kidding.
满，习，以免，
经常擦油，以免生锈。
高潮，
小说的高潮部分很感人。
What? Okay. I somewhat forgot what all is. Like, how does Gao work? I'm drawing a blank. Got one of those. Sometimes it just happens. I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm just guessing now. That's how climax that is a tide. That's fine.
山顶，
他们在山顶野餐。
All right. Dang it. Can I go back? Yes. Okay. I have one. Jung. I don't remember Jung how this works. James Bond in front of the temple where he has reached the end. His cover has been he was hung up to dry. Right. Right. That was a little bit morbid. That's okay. And how did Risk work? Oh, it's Mario. Mario with the mask, risking it all to get something for Peach. By putting on a veil. Oh, and Trailer to fall through. That's okay. I got it slightly. I went down the wrong rabbit hole for Chula. To be late or Chula to accept. No, I'm okay too. I think it's fine. Things went relatively quick. Hold up. Chula accept. Oh, that's not even close. Chula is not even close. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. What was today's? Okay, we're 3 days out. Soon I can do the 200-day stuff, the review, and then a weight will be lifted. Let's see. Today's things were okay, right? Yeah, they were kind of okay. There's lots to work with. This one was the Charlie Brown snowflake flag waiting for the cow to come down the road. But where was he? Just in his house, I guess. So true. Right? Yes. Oh, sorry. He's in the house. So true. Followers show us 我 ma the hackers. Oh, this is the true name. Yeah, the dirt application. Yeah. Yeah. Where were you? Or wait, is it I? Yeah, I think it's I. Oh, the high school might get lost here. Maybe student? You can put in student. Was it a female student? This one was super elaborate, which is great. Because super elaborate things. Great. E. Okay, alright. These characters are getting hard to see now. Like, I can't actually tell what that is. I'm gonna guess it's why bow, which makes sense. Probably embrace.维持 oops. Oops. It's 促销 work. Right. Sales. Or sale promotion. Jian Zheng.兴趣 吃人 销售 能量 怀念 惊喜 Qi is okay. We're gonna have problems with Qi and 气眼为气眼为有趣 吃那西吃食欲 怀旧. Oh, I did have a problem with one. What was it? It was Ting, right? Oh no, it was Jiao. Jiao is a constant annoyance. Banana. Jiao. Eventually I got it, but it took a while. It took reading the context into. Alright. So we have Charlie Brown, who's chilling in his house, getting really excited, really excited about sharing his snowflakes. So he placed some snowflakes in a bowl and placed a flag on it, designating snowflakes. So he's waiting for his friend up at the barn, his friend cow, right? This cow friend. But alas, his cow friend took too long getting down the road. Whoops. Getting down the road. Wait. Getting down the road, and he was late. So it was too late to see the snowflakes that Charlie Brown collected. They all melted. Sad. Bart, on the other hand, is chilling in the lobby of the office building, working up a slightly disagreeable prank, where he took flowers. He took a caliper to measure and set up flowers that spray water along this decorative trellis. Slight is the thing. Slightly disagreeable. Slightly disagreeable. We have Mario in the basement of the auditorium, right? Discovering a bunch of stone horse props, or prop horse. I totally written that in the wrong stroke order, but that's fine. And it turns out there's a specific number of them, and they're all numbered. He tried throwing a fireball at one of them to see if there are any secrets that show up. Very Mario-like. This one's pretty easy to remember. Although we already know Ma. Okay. Now we have Timmy Turner, who wants to work at the pawn shop. So he's inside the pawn shop looking at an application. He's like, nah, too lazy to fill in. So too lazy to fill in the application. So he wished the truth. He wished the truth be filled in. Well, he wished that it be filled in. But instead of having the truth fill in, there's a bunch of dirt on his past exploits. He didn't specify. So poor wish phrasing. Alright, now we have Bigfoot, who made his way to the bathroom of the pawn shop. And the pawn shop owner was in a dispute with Bigfoot about how he's not Bigfoot enough to consume the hot peppers. So against his better judgment, he ate the hot peppers, and sure enough, exclamatories began to fly out of his mouth as he quickly go and wash the pepper out of his mouth in the bathroom sink. Alright, now we have Master Chief, Oh, okay. Please stop hitting that button. Okay. We have Master Chief, who has made his way down to the basement of the high school, pursuing a very short woman. Who is constantly shooting darts at him. A short woman that's no larger than a grain stalk, shooting darts at him. Then we have Diddy Kong, who is backed up into the bathroom of the house by a tiger. Right, by a tiger. He's backed up to the wall, and with nowhere to go, he makes a leap out the window onto and athletically navigate down the cliff with his dexterous legs, because he's a monkey, and onto the road, right? To avoid having to hand over his loot that he stole. Okay. That's it. That's gonna be a wrap for our HanziHero today. HanziHero today. Got a long WaniKani session. What time is it? It's 7:30. I think one of the biggest groups at 9. So it's probably gonna hit 9 too. But anyways, that's a wrap for HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, yes. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero, try it out for yourself. You're always welcome to banter. Hop on by, change some ideas, stories, brainstorm, some strategies. All welcome. Until next time, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, right? 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, do some flips, check on my dinosaur in the backyard, and I'll be back for WaniKani. Thank you.